All right, race fans, we are just about ready to get things started here tonight on this final night of the season. It is Trick or Treat Night, a Halloween theme. Try not to mind the fog too much rolling in over the trees. We hope it sticks off long enough so we can get this final night of the season in. Got heat races coming up here in just a sec. Looks like the Sportsmen will come first. They'll be split among two different heats. 21 cars here tonight. All will qualify in version pills 1 through 12. And here's how we look for heat race number 1 for the Sportsmen. Alongside him will be the 3F, the junior Eisenhower. Inside, number 2, he's the joined by the 5, last week, that's John Allen. Then see Allen, top time, so inside, going to 3, the 53F is Shannon Slaughter alongside of him. 5-0, number 4, Laser in the 7L, and 6,
And for those of you watching on NRM, the National Racing Network, one final time this season, welcome in to the Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. Casey Cryder, glad to be here to take you through the action as we've got 4 great classes, the usual suspects all back here tonight. Sportsman's 125 4-strokes, 270s, and the Hyper Racing 600s. Have to see how everything all unfolds throughout the course of the night, getting ready for this first heat race. Everybody out there right now except for the 19M of Max Fosnot. So that's going to move Shannon Slaughter and the 21 of Toby Blumenshine to row 3, I believe, as Anthony Yerger's got some issues. Unless they can get that car fired away. He's being pushed through the infield. And they do get him fired away, so he'll take his spot on the grid. Once again, no Conti tonight. No Conti tonight in any of the 4 divisions. All divisions have at least 20 cars, but none go over the 24-car limit. So everybody who's here tonight will qualify for the main event. The inversion pills, though, for the Sportsmans go 1 through 12. So that's something to keep in mind as we go on throughout these heat races. Anthony Yerger will be able to take his starting spot on the outside of row number 3. Everyone's going to crisscross behind him, and as soon as they do that, we'll get ready and go. Grand total of 10 heat races left in the season from the Clyde. This is number 1. Corey Schmuck and Jeremy Eisenhower on the front row, getting ready to lead him down to the backstretch start zone. Freshly painted, and off they go. Schmuck gets on the gas, and under the flag stand they race side by side. A little bit of jockeying further back. Brent Shearer and Brett Cronrath race side by side off the exit of turn number 2. Give it to Cronrath off the exit of the corner. But Corey Schmuck out to about a 3-car length lead under the flag stand after lap number 1. And caution is out. And it looks to be for rain. That is the reason for the caution. It's beginning to mist a little bit here. And so we weren't sure what was going to happen, but the rain has at least come a little bit, and that's going to bring a halt to things here.
At 600cc Performance, our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com. If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Put the keys down, Kevin.
But I'm gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I've taken 25 selfies in the last 10 minutes.
26.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
All right, for everybody who is tuning in on the National Racing Network live stream, we are currently under a weather delay. The track surface is wet, but it doesn't look like it's too bad just yet anyway, but we are in a bit of a holding pattern. So once again, if you are watching on the National Racing Network live stream, keep your eye out on the feed here. We will be posting information and come back as updates warrant. Thank you very much for tuning in.
For those of you watching on the National Racing Network NRN live stream, welcome back to Lanco's Clyde Memorial Speedway. After, give or take, about a 45-minute weather delay, the skies opened for a few minutes, got the track pretty well damp, and we've had to battle some mist, we've had to battle some fog, but the track is back to being in raceable condition at least. And we are ready to get things back underway for this first Sportsman heat. It's going to be a complete restart here as we get ready to go. It'll be Corey Schmuck, Jeremy Eisenhower once again on the front row. Got about 12 seconds or so of racing in before the skies opened up. We're going to try it once again here. To remind those who are just now tuning in, if you missed earlier, starting lineup goes like this. Corey Schmuck, Jeremy Eisenhower on the front row, then Brent Shear in car number 12, the 5 of Brett Cronrath making up row number 2. 53S of Shannon Slaughter in the 5A of Anthony Yerger there in row number 3. Toby Blumenshine in the 21 and the 7L of Chase Laser. They make up row number 4. Brianne Whitmer in the 44, and the 4X of Brock Emery, the 10 starters. Max Fosnot in the 19M, not able to get that car out there for this opening heat race. 21 Sportsmans here tonight. Inversion pills 1 through 12. All drivers will qualify, and that's the case in all 4 classes. No consies tonight, but fields ranging between, I believe, about 20 and 23 cars tonight for all classes. All right, let's try it again. Take number 2, Mother Nature. Hopefully going to be a little more cooperative this time, as Corey Schmuck and Jeremy Eisenhower are going to bring them down 10 laps. We will try it once again. They will bring them down slowly to the backstretch start zone. Green flag back in the air, and Schmuck side by side with Eisenhower clears up off turn 4 and through to the race lead. Brent Shear going to try and make the inside line work. Gets a little bit sideways. That's going to allow Cronrath the opportunity to get to the inside, and they'll race side by side. Entering turn number 3, Cronrath on the bottom side, able to clear Brent Shear. Shear going to try and come back though on the bottom. Can't make the move happen. Cronrath completes the pass up off turn number 2. Coming back to complete lap number 2. Side by side further back in the field, Brianne Whitmer and Chase Laser. Track a little bit damp, obviously, with all the moisture we've seen today. Going to be interesting to see how that affects the racing throughout the course of the night. The sun has completely gone down. It's not too warm out, so there's not going to be a lot of temperature or anything of that sort to help take the moisture out of the racetrack. Expected to be tacky most of the night. Corey Schmuck down the back straightaway. Brett Cronrath got up over one of the infield tires trying to chase down Jeremy Eisenhower for second. Hangs on to the spot. Everybody running the low side. That is the line to go right now as we're halfway home in this opening heat race. Corey Schmuck out to a 1.6 second lead over Jeremy Eisenhower. Battle on for the 4th spot. Toby Blumenshine drives under Brent Shear and makes the move happen. Shear gets way up top, nearly into the outside wall. Has to catch it, loses a couple car lengths. Going to try and hold off Shannon Slaughter for that 5th position now. But Corey Schmuck has put about the back straightaway on Jeremy Eisenhower. Coming back to the Twin Sticks, 2 laps to go. Further back, cars trying to negotiate around the lappers. Anthony Yerger made his way under Shannon Slaughter. So too did Brianne Whitmer. Now Chase Laser looks inside. But coming back to the white flag, it'll be Corey Schmuck to the white flag. He'll come to see the checkered flag next time by. He's got a comfortable 2.5 second margin. No real battles further up in the field. Corey Schmuck will come to the checkered flag and win heat race number 1. Jeremy Eisenhower in second, then Brett Cronrath, then Toby Blumenshine, then Brent Shear. Anthony Yerger, Brianne Whitmer, Shannon Slaughter, Chase Laser, and Brock Emery. Your top 10 with Max Fosnot failing to finish. Heat number 2 getting ready to take to the racetrack. This one 10 cars strong, and it'll go like this. The 36S of Steve Smith Sr. will start this one from the pole. Alongside him will be the 30 of Ryan Heckman. Jamie Flickinger in the 9G starts inside of row number 2. Robert Shanaman in the 15 will start alongside of that car. Dave Ravel in the 21V starts inside row 3. Michael Spadafora joins him on the 3rd row. Matt Yo II in the 13B, and the 23K of Courtney Cupp is in row 4. And Brett Scully, Shane Showers, easy for me to say, 22S and 26B make up the final row. They'll tack on to the back of this 10-car heat race. And Matt Yo, the second, having some issues getting that car fired. They had some issues getting that car fired in warm-ups as well. Got him out to complete a couple hot laps by himself, but it looks like those issues have come back to bite. Car number 13B doesn't look like he's going to be able to start this one. And with that, once everyone catches up to the field, we are going to get ready to go here. Probably get the one to go next time by the flag stand. Steve Smith Sr. out in front on what Chris Graham earlier tonight described as a football weather type night. He'll lead him down with Ryan Heckman alongside. Field will work its way slowly to the start zone, and Steve Smith Sr. will stand on the gas, or did he? Looks like they're going to wave that start off. Steve Smith Sr. never really accelerated in the start zone, and Ryan Heckman eventually got to the line. Heckman's going to fall back a row for that, and that's going to move Jamie Flickinger up to the outside of row number 1. All right, we'll re-rack him and try it again. This time, Jamie Flickinger on the outside of Steve Smith Sr. Here we go. Green flag in the air. They race evenly down into turn 3. Flickinger going to take the gap, though, and clear up off turn 4. Bobby Shanaman left to race side by side, but Smith closes the door. Now he'll race side by side with Dave Ravel down the back stretch as we got a spinner in turn 1. That is Shane Showers in the 26B. That car started at the back of the pack, got turned around sideways, and they'll see if they can get that car back fired and rolling. Everybody going to get doubled up once again, and it's third time the charm here for this start for the second heat for the Sportsmans. We're about to find out. Steve Smith Sr., Jamie Flickinger going to lead him down once again. Smith stands on the gas pedal, and off they go. Better start this time for Steve Smith Sr., but Flickinger going to try and drive around the outside, 3 wide into turn number 1. Bobby Shanaman makes the move happen for second. That leads to an accordion effect behind him, but everybody hangs on and keeps it straight. Now Bobby Shanaman going to look to the inside of Jamie Flickinger for the race lead. Flickinger closes the door for the time being, but gets up high off turn number 2. That's going to open the door. They'll race side by side, narrow down to turn number 3. Battle on for third behind as well, but Shanaman takes the race lead, entering turn number 1. Dave Ravel trying to make that high line work to try and get around the 36 of Steve Smith Sr., and looks like he's going to not be able to quite complete the pass, washed up a bit off turn number 4. They'll continue to race side by side through turns 1 and 2. Ryan Heckman behind in the 5th position, watching on eagerly. Single file as Shanaman's pulled out to about a 1.03 second lead over Flickinger. That equates to about 6 or 7 car lengths down the back straightaway. Phil will come under the cross flags halfway home in this second heat. And the battle still continuing on for the 3rd position, Smith and Ravel going to make the outside work. Might be I think that's the first pass we've seen tonight from the outside line, at least since the initial start. Good job by Ravel to get by. He'll set his sights on Jamie Flickinger as Field puts a lap on Courtney Cupp and Shane Showers. But Shanaman all alone out in front. Got about a 3/4 of a straightaway length lead over Jamie Flickinger. That equates to about 2 seconds. Battles on further back. Everybody looking to try and get their way up as far as possible. Closest battle furthest forward in the field is the one for 4th between Steve Smith Sr. and Ryan Heckman. They're separated by about half a car length. But the leader comes back to the white flag. 1 lap to go for Bobby Shanaman. Dave Ravel about 2 car lengths behind Jamie Flickinger. Not sure if he's going to have anything for him, though, as they come through turns 3 and 4. And Bobby Shanaman's going to take the checkered flag. Flickinger will come home second, then Ravel. Steve Smith Sr. will bring it home in 4th by about half a car length over Ryan Heckman. Then Michael Spadafora will come home 6th, with Brett Scully 7th, the last car on the lead lap. Courtney Cupp, Shane Showers both finish 1 lap down, 8th and 9th. And Matt Yo the second not able to get out there for the start. That'll bring us to an end for the Sportsman heat races. While we have this break in the action, I want to give a special thanks to our sponsor, RockAuto.com, for providing wristbands for all of the racing events here at Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway through the 2020 season. Order auto parts online from RockAuto.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have them conveniently delivered to your door. Visit www.rockauto.com and find all the parts your car or truck will ever need. And don't forget to let them know that you heard about RockAuto.com right here at Lyco's Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. Also want to give another special thank you to Meshi Motorsports, their driver Olivia Thayer, for all the toy donations for the Kids Club and Kids Day all throughout the course of this 2020 season. Alrighty, for those of you watching on the National Racing Network live stream, we're going to take a quick commercial break here, and when we come back, we'll have more heat racing from the Clyde.
At 600cc Performance, our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
Put the keys down, Kevin.
But I'm gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I've taken 25 selfies in the last 10 minutes.
26.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
For those of you watching on NRM, the National Racing Network, welcome back to the Clyde Memorial Speedway. The 125 four-strokes ready for the first of their 3 heat races. Got 23 cars here tonight. First 8 go like this. Ron Young and Mike Glass start on row 1 for the first heat. Sarah Boyer and Drayson Laser make up row number 2. Justin Harrington, fastest in practice, starts inside row 3 alongside Kenny Bushy. And Tyler Armstrong and Alex Lucas, they will tack on to the back of the pack in row 4. 8 cars, 10 laps, green flag in the air. Here we go. Young and Glass side by side down the front straightaway. 3 wide to the inside goes Justin Harrington from 5th to 2nd in a corner. And now he's going to try and see if he can chase down Glass for the race lead. Trying to make that bottom side work. Alex Lucas also carving his way through the pack. Further on back, 3 wide inside of Ron Young and Kenny Bushy as Justin Harrington makes the pass for the race lead up off turn number 2. Didn't take long for the fastest car in practice and last week's winner to find his way back to the front of the field. And he's checked out by about 5, 6, make it 7 car lengths down the back straightaway. Battle on for the 3rd spot. Drayson Laser had a wild crash last weekend, and Kenny Bushy give the spot to Bushy up off turn number 4. Alex Lucas will now set his sights on the 62 LR. Tyler Armstrong 6th, Ron Young 7th, Sarah Boyer in 8th, but the fight is on for the 4th position. Lucas looking inside of Laser for the spot. They'll race side by side down the back straightaway. Laser trying to get the pull down the back stretch. They'll continue to race. Laser clears up off turn 4 under the halfway flags. It is all Justin Harrington out in front. More than a straightaway length lead over Mike Glass with 4 laps to go. That battle still raging on for the 4th spot. Alex Lucas not giving up on Drayson Laser, but for the time being can't make the move happen. As Sarah Boyer's off the pace down the back straightaway, she'll pull to the infield. Her heat race is over. Justin Harrington going to try and put a lap on Ron Young. Battle still raging on for 4th. Alex Lucas going to try and make the pass happen, and finally will up off turn number 4, put car 44 to the 4th spot. White flag in the air for Justin Harrington. He's got a big lead over Mike Glass. The official time is nearly 5 seconds, and he'll come back to the checkers. Clear sailing for Justin Harrington. Well, there will be a battle for 2nd. Kenny Bushy gets under Mike Glass in the final set of corners as Glass's car washed up high. That allows Kenny Bushy to go through to 2nd, Glass to 3rd, Alex Lucas 4th, Drayson Laser 5th, Tyler Armstrong rounds out the lead lap finishers in 6th with Ron Young 7th a lap down, and Sarah Boyer did not finish in that first heat race for the 125s. Justin Harrington will stop over to Casty Martin and the group that's doing the pictures for the heat race winners tonight. And then they'll push him off, and he'll get ready for the feature. All right, 8 drivers in this second heat as well, and here they are. Number 62 of Eddie Nocera starts on the pole. Kyler Heine in the 76H will go from alongside him. Dylan Yingst in the 112 will fire off from the inside of row 2, with Marty Bryan in the 16 on the outside. Riley Simmons in car 44 and the 25W of Nate Weidman. They're in row number 3. And rounding out the back of the field, the 22 of Jared St. John starting inside of row number 4 with Ethan Rode in car 24 to his outside. Those are your 8 starters for this second heat. Inversion pills, once again, for the 125 four-strokes go 1 through 12. So keep an eye on that throughout the course of these heat races. Try and get into a transfer spot. With 3 heats, that means you got to be in the top 4 in each heat to be eligible for the redraw. Here we go, coming to the green flag. Eddie Nocera will lead him down, step on the gas pedal, and he and Kyler Heine will race side by side at turn 3. Nocera clears, or does not, off turn 4. Heine with a nice run up off the exit of the corner, and they'll continue to race side by side down the back straightaway, and Kyler Heine's going to take it away, entering turn number 3. Marty Bryan over and under now, got out on the outside of Dylan Yinks, got inside Eddie Nocera, and through to second, entering turn number 1, and the 16 will set his sights on Kyler Heine in the 76H. Battle on for the 4th spot. Dylan Yinks, Nate Weidman, they race side by side under the flag stand. Weidman on the inside, that's been the preferred line so far tonight, and it gets the spot done. He'll set his sights on Nocera for the 3rd position now. Weidman going to try and see if he can have a look. Peek his way under, show the nose, entering 3, not quite close enough. Going to try and arc it and then diamond it off, but not make the move happen. Side-by-side battle behind him. Riley Simmons, Dylan Yinks, they race side-by-side off turn 2. Give it to Simmons off the exit of the corner. Coming back to the cross flags. It's a 2-car length lead from Kyler Heine over Marty Bryan. Marty Bryan not able to close too much for the time being, despite having the fastest lap in the race. Coming back to 4 laps to go. We'll see if anything changes. Battle continues to rage on for 3rd, though, as Weidman looks inside. Nocera going to try and make the move happen up off turn 2 and will clear. Nocera going to try to have a look back, but not be able to make it happen, and now he'll have to defend from Riley Simmons in car 44. Ethan Rode a little bit off the pace down the front straightaway. See if he can get that thing back going. 2 laps to go, though, for the race leaders. Kyler Heine, that gap is stabilized at about half a second pretty much the entire race. And unless Heine makes a mistake, looks like he might be able to hang on. 1 lap to go. Marty Bryan just ran the fastest lap of the race, but it might be too little too late. 1 more set of corners to negotiate with, and Kyler Heine will come off turn 4, win heat race number 2 over Marty Bryan. Nate Weidman will come across about a straightaway later to finish in 3rd. Riley Simmons through to 4th. Eddie Nocera and Dylan Yinks race side by side under the flag stand. Give it to Nocera for 5th. Yinks 6th. Jared St. John brings it home in 7th. And the off-the-pace number 24 car of Ethan Rode will bring it home in the 8th position. All 8 drivers finishing that 125 4-stroke heat. One more heat of 125 4-strokes yet to come. Lucky number 7. That's the number of cars we got in this one. The lineup will go as follows. Brent Shear in the 647. That's a big number. 647 on the pole. Sam Bulger in the 04 will start alongside on the outside of row 1. Brandon Shear in the car number 29. He'll start inside row 2 alongside Kyle Lindsay in the 28. Tyler Martin in the 26 will start inside row 3 with Holden Ekman in the 11H alongside of him. And all by his lonesome on row number 4 will be Chase Laser in the 7L. Field going to get the 1 to go this time by, and the field is in the hands of the 647 of Brent Shear. Sam Bulger alongside in the 04. Seven cars for 10 laps. Shear stands on the gas pedal, and off they go to turn number 3. First 2 clear, first 3 clear, and the battle's on side by side for the 5th position. Holden Ekman going to try and make the outside work on Kyle Lindsay, and he's going to make the move happen. Brandon Shear looks inside Sam Bulger, and he gets the pass made entering turn number 3. And now Borger going to have to hold off Holden Ekman in the 11H. Ekman cuts inside and makes that move look pretty easy up off the exit of turn 2. That 11H looked fast in practice, and it's looked fast so far coming from the 6th position. But it's Brent Shear by about 3 car lengths off the turn number 1. Sam Borger falling back through the field, just lost 5th position to Chase Laser. Now he'll have to try and hold off Tyler Martin. Martin looks inside, makes the move happen up off turn number 4. Brent Shear, the fastest car right now on the racetrack. It's a 3-car Hornet's Nest behind for second. Brandon Shear, Holden Ekman, Kyle Lindsay. Lindsay looks inside, down the back straightaway and entering turn 3. He'll make the move happen and clear up off turn 4. That allows Brandon Shear to get away by a little bit, make it about 3 car lengths down the back straightaway. See if he can close in on Brent Shear after setting the fastest lap of the race. Battle still on, though. Kyle Lindsay pulls away a little bit from Holden Ekman off the exit of turn number 2. And Brandon Shear isn't letting Brent Shear get away by too much. It's about 7/10 of a second with 7 laps to go. That time, Kyle Lindsay's at the fastest lap of the race as Brent Shear is off the pace down the backstretch. That car looked to lose power down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. And the race leader, the 647, has come to a stop. Tough break for Brent Shear. Not sure what happened, but that car looked to just die down the back straightaway and come to a stop. That's going to move a fascinating battle for second into a fascinating battle for the race lead with 3 laps to go. Brandon Shear will be the race leader, followed by Kyle Lindsay and Holden Ekman. That's your top 3. They were all scrapping it up nicely beforehand. Now they'll have a shot to race for the win. If anything goes wrong there, Chase Laser will be 4th, Tyler Martin will be 5th, and Sam Borger will be 6th. Green flag back in the air. They go around the cone, and here we go. 3 laps to run. Holden Ekman going to peek the nose to the outside of Kyle Lindsay, try to dive under off turn 2. He'll make the move happen. He's going to try and get to the inside of Shear. Sends it in there, but Shear hangs on with 2 laps to go. Nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail all the way back. Holden Ekman going to try and get the drive up off and see if he can make the move happen. Higher entry, lower exit, going to try and cut under. White flag. Shear by about 3/4 of a car length, clears entering turn number 1, gets away by about a car length down the back straightaway, and Brandon Shear's gonna hang on to win heat race number 3. Holden Ekman comes across second, then Kyle Lindsay, then Chase Laser, then Tyler Martin, and Sam Borger rounding out the half dozen finishers. Brent Shear, tough break for him, failing to finish after leading the first 7 laps of the race. All right, next up come the 270s, and even 20 of them here tonight, 10 in each heat. Inversion pills once again, 1 through a dozen.
Do they have a timetable or not yet? No. Oh, they do it this way all this year. Almost kind of makes sense.
And starting on the pole for this opening heat will be the 38 of Melvin Bainbridge. He'll start from the pole. Bradley Brown in the 19A will go from alongside him. Pete Skias in the 3 will start inside row 2 alongside Mike Rutherford in the 5K. Nick Skias in the 3S starts inside row 3 with Brent Shear in the 12 alongside Tajay Adams in car 63 and Chase Walker in the 96W. They make up row number 4. Mike Skias in the 8S and the 59J of Jimmy Wample. That's a change from earlier. Walt Wample. That's easy for me to say, too. Practice that car, but an issue for Jimmy Wample's car. They've decided to switch drivers. It's Jimmy behind the wheel of that Philadelphia Eagles-colored machine. He will roll off from the back of the field outside row number 5. Bradley Brown has had an issue. That car is stopped on the front straightaway. He has come to a stop, and we'll have to see what's up with the outside pole sitter. He was set to start on the pole after Melvin Bainbridge decided to start at the back. So now Pete Skias and Mike Rutherford, they'll make up row number 1. Nick Skias, Brent Shear in row 2, Tajay Adams, Chase Walker in row 3 as they push Bradley Brown's car back to the pit area. So it'll be 9 cars for 10 laps. Once again, the inversion pool is 1 through 12 with 2 heats. That means you got to finish in the top 6 to be eligible for the redraw. Skias leads him down, green flag in the air, and he's able to clear Mike Rutherford through the center of turns 3 and 4 and lead him back under the flag stand. Brent Shear having a look inside, had to get hard on the binders and stacked everybody up behind him. Tajay Adams got the worst of that off turn 2. He had to get on the brakes to avoid running into the back, and Mike Skias, the big beneficiary, he's through to the 4th spot. Battle on side by side between Nick Skias and Pete Skias. To the inside goes Nick, and we've got trouble. Debris, and a big piece of debris in turn number 1. That is the wing end plate on the top wing of the 59J of Jimmy Wample. That has come disattached. Field will come around and get the 1 to go signal this time by. It'll be Mike Rutherford out in front. Then the 3 Skias boys all 2nd through 4th. Pete, Nick, and Mike in that order, with Brent Shear rounding out the top 5. Back to the green flag they come. Tajay Adams will have a look inside. Shear can't make the move happen, and they'll race single file under the flag stand. Nick Skias have a look to the inside of Pete Skias. That for the 2nd position, with Mike Skias following behind. Everybody keeps it singled out for the time being. Nose to tail from 2nd through about 7th as Mike Rutherford has pulled out to a pretty good margin, about half the back straightaway, entering turn number 3. 1 car off the pace and smoking. That's the 38 of Melvin Bainbridge, and he'll keep it out there for the time being. Mike Rutherford just turned the fastest lap of the race in 11.081, coming back to the halfway point. Battle still continuing to rage on for second. Nick Skias powers it to the bottom on Pete Skias, and that's because Pete Skias is off the pace, and that car is going to come to a stop in turn number 4 and bring out the caution. Was wondering why the pass looks so easy. That's the answer. So he's the second car to have issues in this heat race, and they're going to push him likely back to the infield. So Nick Skias will inherit that second position. Mike Skias will run in third. Tajay Adams through to fourth, and Brent Shear rounding out the top 5 with 4 laps to run in this first heat for the 270s. Green flag back in the air. Here they come, back on the gas. Mike Rutherford leads them away. Everybody single file through the first set of corners. Closest battle is the one for fourth as Brent Shear gets up over one of the infield tires but keeps it straight. If that's in the feature tonight, that could be good for the best wheelie perhaps, but that's not what he was hoping for there. Coming around, 2 laps to go. Shear going to have to try and see if he can chase down Adams. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to chase down Mike Rutherford. He's got about a 0.6 of a second lead under the flag stand and just set the fastest lap of the race. Coming back to the checkered flag, this time by Mike Rutherford, will come across, win heat race number 1 over Nick Skias, then Mike Skias, Tajay Adams, Brent Shear, your top 5. Chase Walker brings it home 6th, with Jimmy Wample and Melvin Bainbridge rounding out the 8 finishers. Pete Skias did not finish, and Bradley Brown did not start. And you can see on the weather graphic, it's currently, if you're watching on the live stream, it is 64 degrees currently, and the fog beginning to roll in a little bit more, but for now, still good. Everything's still visible down on the track. Ten drivers in this second heat for the 270s, and Alex Swift will lead them with Corey Schmuck Jr. alongside in car number 20. Chrissy Swigert in the 34 will start on the inside of row 2 with Anthony Yerger in the 5A starting on the outside. Jared Hellinger in the 13S and Jason Swavely in the 14. They make up row number 3. Swavely last week's winner. Brian Shalley in the 10Z and Ben Laser in the 4L. They start in row number 4 with Trent Eberhardt and Heath Hanley rounding out the 10-car starting lineup, 5 rows deep here at the Clyde. Tack on Toby Blumenschein in the 21 to the back of that starting order, and we'll have 11 cars for this heat race. Jared Hellinger drops to the back, so everybody from 5th on back gets to move up a spot. Alrighty, 1 to go signal has been given. Alex Swift out in front over Corey Schmuck Jr., Chrissy Swigert, and Anthony Yerger there in row 2. But here we go, green flag in the air. Swift stands on the gas, green flag, back through turn 4. Side by side, Jason Swavely, Christy Swigert down the back straightaway as the front 3 have broken away. Swavely going to make the move happen on the top side. That top line starting to come in a little bit as the track gets more run in tonight. Swavely going to now see if he can heat up Yerger for the 3rd position. Alex Swift out to about a 2-car length, make it 3 car lengths, make it 4 car length lead down the back straightaway over Corey Schmuck Jr. Putting that car out in the wind under the flag stand, sets the fastest lap of the race, an 11.311. Shark's got some speed in it tonight. 21 of Toby Blumenshine. That car is pulled to the infield. His heat race has come to an end. Battle on for the 5th spot. Christy Swigert and the 82 of Heath Hanley battling for that position. Hanley working his way up from the 9th starting spot, trying to get inside the top 5 and stay inside the redraw position. But Swigert hanging tough on the bottom line. Front 4 are all spread out. This is the closest battle, the one for 5th spot. Hanley going to try and look inside. Not going to make the move happen there. Right next to those infield tires, Hanley does a nice job not clipping any of them with 2 laps to go. This time by for Alex Swift, the race leader. That gap continues to remain steady at about a second in length. Swift gradually opening it up each lap. And he'll come back to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Battle continues on for the 5th spot. Swigert and Hanley race side by side, but the checkered flag is in the air for Alex Swift. He wins heat race number 2 over Corey Schmuck Jr., Anthony Yerger, Jason Swavely. Heath Hanley gets around Swigert on the final lap and makes the move happen as Trent Eberhardt gets up on the wall off turn number 4, but hangs on. He'll finish 9th with Ben Laser 7th, Brian Shawley 8th. Jared Hellinger rounding out the top 10, and Toby Blumenshine a DNF.
Casey, something very cool going on down here at the flag stand for this next race coming up here. Roger Martin, a longtime board member here at Lanco's Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway, is going to be flagging this next heat race, which will make his 8th decade of flagging races here with one organization at the Lanco Micro Midget Club. I think he's only on his 3rd Lanco Micro Midget Club shirt in all those years, but pretty darn cool to see somebody who's given a lot of volunteer time to this organization.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Alrighty, so Roger Martin, he will have the flags in his hand, and the first 8-car heat of the Hyper Racing 600s, 23 of them here tonight, split among 3 heat races. First one goes like this. Brent Ely in the 17 starts on the pole. Zach Light in car 11Z will start alongside him. Jesse Snyder in the 96 and Brian Hughes in the 8. Make up row number 2. Bradley Brown in car 23 and Mike Rutherford in the 2S. They're in row 3 with Kyler Heine in the 22K and BJ Antonio in the 46, rounding out the starting lineup. Field in the hands of Brent Ely, green flag in the hands of Roger Martin, and it's in the air. We are underway with the first Hyper Racing 600 heat as Brian Hughes gets a little bit sideways but hangs on to it. Ely away to the point by about 2 car lengths over Zach Light, side by side. Brian Hughes falling back to the field. He and Rutherford race side by side, and Rutherford clears, entering turn number 1. Bradley Brown has to look to the inside of Jesse Snyder. He'll make the move happen, entering turn number 3, and move up to a podium spot. Snyder trying to come back on him, not going to make it happen. And Mike Rutherford, who just got past Kyler Heine, going to try and see if he can now put the pressure on Snyder down the back straightaway, and entering turn number 3. Side by side, Rutherford gets the job done. Brent Ely is pulled out by about 6 or 7 car lengths, entering turn number 3 over Zach Light. Then it's Bradley Brown. Then it's Mike Rutherford. Then it's Jesse Snyder with Kyler Heine having a look to the inside. That for the 5th position, and Heine's going to make it happen. BJ Antonio is going to follow through as Jesse Snyder looks to be having a bit of a handful with that thing. He's back to the 7th position. Everybody singled out. Closest battle furthest up in the field is the one for third. Bradley Brown and Mike Rutherford. Rutherford trying to put the pressure on car 23. Coming around, though, no pressure on Brent Ely. He'll come around to see 3 laps to go this time by. And he's got about half the front straightaway over Zach Light. Coming around to the Twin Sticks. And it will be 2 laps to go. Jesse Snyder going to try and see if he can come back on BJ Antonio. That car looked fast in practice, but it's not looked great in the heat. Everybody singled out. Not sure we'll see any challenges. Coming back to the checkered flag, it'll be Brent Ely to the checkers. He wins heat race number 1 of the Hyper Racing 600. Zach Light second. Then Bradley Brown, Mike Rutherford, Kyler Heine. Your top 5 with BJ Antonio, Jesse Snyder, and Brian Hughes rounding out the 8 finishers. Second of 3 heats for the Hyper Racing 600s, ready to get going here now. Holden Ekman's going to start it from the pole in car number 11H. Jared Kunkel in the 75K will be alongside of him. Chris Gerhardt in the 51 and Casty Michael in the 3K. They make up row number 2. With Mark Yoder in the 75, Brian Kramer in the 71 in row number 3. Brianne Whitmer in the 16 will start inside. Heath Hanley in the 5, and those are your 8 starters for this second heat. Flag's back in the hand of lead starter Mike Fry. Field is in the hands of Holden Ekman. And we'll see what happens here. Ekman leading him down slowly to the start zone. Ekman gets in the loud pedal. Even start to turn 3, and off they go. Jared Kunkel going to try and make it happen on the outside. They'll race side by side under the flag stand and side by side through turn 1 before Kunkel clears off of turn number 2. Chris Gerhardt through to 3rd, Casty Michael through to 4th, Brian Kramer through to 5th, but Jared Kunkel out in front by about 2 car lengths. Gerhardt going to see if he can make any sort of pressure or any sort of attack on that 11H car. Heath Hanley going to try and work his way through the field from the back of the grid. He's up the 6th spot under Mark Yoder. Coming around, Ekman holds off Gerhardt for the time being as Kunkel leads by about 4 car lengths back to turn number 1. Heath Hanley going to have a look inside Brian Kramer for the 5th spot. Not going to be able to make the move happen. Hanley going to try and see if he can get a little bit of a straighter drive, try to get a better run up off the corner, but not able to get it done for the time being as they come under the cross flags. 5 laps down, 5 laps to go. Battle for second beginning to heat up between Chris Gerhardt and Holden Ekman. Gerhardt not letting Ekman get away. It's about a car length separating the 2. Ekman pulls a little bit down the backstretch, but it's all Jared Kunkel out in front with 3 laps to go. Casty Michael in her own little world in 4th spot. Brian Kramer in 5th, then Heath Hanley in 6th. With Mark Yoder, Brianne Whitmer rounding out the 8 starters. No apparent battles for the time being. Chris Gerhardt, though, trying to see if he can keep putting the pressure on Holden Ekman. Ekman, though, just set the fastest lap of the race. Don't think it's going to be close enough, though, to get to Jared Kunkel as he comes under the white flag as half a lap to go. Jared Kunkel will come off turn number 4, and he's going to win heat race number 2 for the 600s with Ekman 2nd, Gerhardt 3rd, Michael 4th, Kramer 5th. Heath Hanley, Mark Yoder, and Brianne Whitmer in the 8th position, rounding out the 8 starters. half a dozen cars for one final 10-lap heat. This is the final heat race of the season at the Clyde, and it goes like this. Tyler Ulrich, Aaron Espenshade on row number 1, Chris Pansner and Keith Blumenstein on row number 2. Willer Kusky, Mason Peters bring up row 3 with Olivia Thayer being a scratch. Here we go. Half dozen cars for 10 laps. One last heat race to decide the lineup for tonight's feature events. Field's in the hands of Tyler Ulrich. He stands on the gas. Green flag in the air. Pansner and Espenshade race side by side through turns 3 and 4. Espenshade clears up off the corner, and they come under the flag stand for the first time. Mason Peters trying to make that high side work in the back of the field, make the move on the other 98 car. Not going to make it happen, though, entering turn number 1. Chris Pansner trying to see if he can heat up Aaron Espenshade for the second position. Nothing doing there. Tyler Ulrich has gotten away by about 2 car lengths, make it 3 car lengths, make it 4 car lengths as he pulls Aaron Espenshade down the back straightaway and comes back to set the fastest lap of the race. 3 laps in the books, 7/10 of a second lead from car 42 to car 1E. Chris Pansner running a little bit lower than Espenshade, but not able to get the drive up off. Battle for 5th is on between Keith Blumenstein and Mason Peters. Peters trying to see if he can find his way around, and may have a shot, almost gets up on one of those tires there in turn number 3, but hangs on to that car, keeps it going straight. Race leader coming back to 4 laps to go for Tyler Ulrich. Aaron Espenshade about 0.8 of a second behind. Chris Pansner trying to see if he can heat up for the position. Coming back to 3 to go, this time by. Battle continues to rage on for 5th at the back of the pack. Keith Blumenstein trying to hold off Mason Peters, who wants that 5th spot desperately, but so far, nothing doing for the other car, number 98. Tyler Ulrich will come around to the white flag. 1 lap to go for him. He's got a 1 second advantage over Aaron Espenshade. Not going to matter. Coming back to turns 3 and 4. Tyler Ulrich is going to win the final heat race of the season over Aaron Espenshade, Chris Pansner, Willer Kusky. Mason Peters got past Keith Blumenstein on the final lap for 5th. Blumenstein brings it home 6th, and that's all she wrote for the heat races this year from the Clyde.
Hearing we'll be taking about a 10-minute break here, very short, just to get the lineups finalized for tonight's feature events. So 8:35, all the track officials will be back in their positions. For those of you that are watching on the live stream, we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay up with this one long feed. We will, however, take the quick commercial break. You are watching Race Night at the Clyde here on the National Racing Network.
At 600cc Performance, our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 6-7 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Be sure to check out the Kim's Creations table. Jason Boyer shirts are still available for $20. We also have Pink Out shirts from last weekend's Pink Out night still available at the Kim's Creations table. 3 raffle baskets are left over from the Pink Out that are being raffled off tonight. And decals are also 50% off tonight at the Kim's Creations table. And also, if you didn't hear us talk about it last weekend, Tyler Harsh was involved in a motorcycle accident last Friday in Ocean City, Maryland. Now, he lost his leg below the knee and his middle finger, also broke a femur on the same leg. We want to wish him a very speedy recovery. But in the meantime, 4 drivers are doing a helmet drive for him. Corey Schmuck, Tyler Martin, Brian Kramer, and Shane Showers are doing a helmet drive for Tyler Harsh. So once again, we want to wish Tyler Harsh a speedy recovery from his mishap and hope that he is all right soon.
Because they just put a couple of breakout boxes down, so it's only 4 long cables they got to run instead of 80.
And your main thing is just either way you're going to have them running over your cable.
Correct. That's the pitch. We got to bury it.
I was looking at that too. I'm like, unless you got like a piece of PVC pipe and put it. Like
that's what we would do. We would actually trench it out.
Right. You won't have to go
lay
deep.
PVC. Right. But you still got to play that game of why are we putting running trucks on the track?
Tennessee? Well, I don't know. Tennessee's winning. Virginia Tech's winning. Let me see, brother. LSU lost by 10.
Oh. My wife just started her master's program at LSU. She was going to go to Penn State, and then she watched LSU in the national championship game last year and went, oh, that's kind of cool.
No, she was going to go to West Virginia.
Or West Virginia. And then she changed because she looked up LSU, and she's like, wow, that's a lot cheaper than West Virginia.
Texas won?
Yeah, look at the tracks these guys are leading.
Yeah. Look at that car.
There's a lot of loose shit on this racetrack.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't exactly been venturing high.
No. I think that's why they're trying to run it in.
Yeah.
Get them up to pack that loose shit down and let them get up the racetrack.
It's starting to rain again, too.
Yeah, I know. I feel it. I can see the mist a little bit.
For those of you that are watching on the National Racing Network live stream, once again, we are in just a very, very short break here. We've actually already had the intermission period for the night. Dealt with a, we'll call it the aqueous aerial discharge, to not bring that word up again. Put us into about a 45-minute stoppage earlier tonight. So Just a very, very short break here while we get the track crew a short restroom or beverage break, and then we will be back for 4 25-lap features, the final 4 25-lap features here at Lanco's Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. Already making plans for the 2021 season, scheduled to kick off the first weekend in April.
Pretty solid mist that's coming down. What do you want me to do? I don't know if I should pull it or not. Hey, someone's sign got hit on the back. The white active sign got hit. Feel pretty solid.
Hearing we need all track workers back to your posts. It is time to go racing here. Feature time on Halloween night at Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. Casey is down at the other end of the tower here. He's ready to go with our Kids Club winners for the Victory Lane photos.
Yes, sir, Chris. And first I want to pay off the prize winners to please come to the Kids Club table. Eric Yo, Braley Chant, Caleb Rudder, Destiny Skias, Parker Strunk, Faith Skias, and Kinsley Myers. Once again, Eric Yo, Braley Chant, Caleb Rudder, Destiny Skias, Parker Strunk, Faith Skias, and Kinsley Myers. Please report to the Kids Club table. The Victory Lane winners tonight are Mason Glass for the Sportsman class, the winner of the football throwing for the 125 four-strokes, Kaylee Cupp in the 270s, and Allison Rudder in the 600s.
Okay, so those of you who are watching on the live stream, you just saw the screen go black on you. The water has started to fall a little bit more consistently here, so we are going to keep the live stream up here, but you'll see the broadcast to begin shortly card up on the screen. We will come back with updates as we're ready to roll here, but you're watching Race Night at the Clyde on the National Racing Network. At 600cc Performance, our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Put the keys down, Kevin.
But I'm gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I've taken 25 selfies in the last 10 minutes.
26.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
For everybody who's watching on the National Racing Network live stream, and those of you in the grandstands, they're working the racetrack trying to get this show in.
Most people left.
Hear the roar going up from the crowd. They're glad to hear that. Best news we've heard all night is the track is running in well. Hopefully it won't take too long before we're able to get race cars back out here, but awaiting official decisions from race control, and track looks pretty good right now. So I think we're going to get back to racing here in the not too distant future. For those of you watching on the National Racing Network live stream, the cameras are going to be coming back up here in just a moment. And we will be ready to go feature racing. 25 laps the distance, Sportsman 125s and 4-strokes, 270s, and the Hyper Racing 600s set to take to the Newmanstown High Banks for the final time in this 2020 season. For everybody commenting on the live stream, unfortunately, when the weather hits, we do have to take the cameras down. But we will get them up here momentarily for you so you can see what's going on. The racetrack looks fantastic. Big kudos to Joe Keppel and the entire track preparation crew getting this place ready to roll again. There you go, fans watching the live stream. There's a live picture of Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. The track looks pretty good. Should be ready to go back to green flag racing here in just a few moments. While we have the time, I want to say a couple of very big thank yous to some of the folks that make everything possible here, including the board of directors of the Lanco Micro Midget Club. Also the officers of the club as well, President Jimmy Harrington, Vice President Zach Light, and that whole team of fine folks. Thank you very much for your hard work over the course of this season and every season here at the Clyde. Not Your Mama's Kitchen coming on board as our food and beverage concessionaire for the season. Really looking forward to having them back for many years to come. Also, Kim Glass, Jamie Strunk, the entire team at Kim's Creations, doing a fantastic job. Also, Debbie Lucas, Holly Wagner, Olivia Pellicati, Eric Lucas, everybody who helps us out getting the Lanco Kids Club and the promotions team off the ground here for this season as well. A lot of cool and exciting things have come to the Clyde in this 2020 season. Whole lot more to look forward to for 2021. Sportsman to the staging area. Sportsman division feature to the staging area.
Can you lower me? go up like a little bit. Well, I told them to stop eating things because we found it.
Come on, Mike.
That's why she wants a snack, is because I told her to stop eating things.
I know, I saw.
I'm such a evil.
They're getting there. There's more coming.
Ask her if they brought snacks from home. I thought they brought one each, but okay.
Track crew making their way out to their positions. Starters making their way into the starters stand. Always a good sign when the Silks come back out on the racetrack.
Feels like it cooled down a little bit. That's all right. It's not cold anyway. Yeah, I think what were they saying? Little 60s, I think, for tonight. It's not bad. I can handle it.
Once again, Sportsman division to the staging area. Sportsman to the staging area. We are ready to go racing.
I won't say anything tonight. Yeah, oh, that's all right. Some other nights I really wasn't cold.
And as we get ready to roll here, let's turn things back over to our play-by-play voice for the evening, Mr. Casey Clyde.
Alrighty, Chris, after a second delay for, what do you call it, an aqueous aerial discharge? I think that's what you say?
Yes, that is correct. We don't use the R word around here.
Well, good idea. Unfortunately, not using the R word didn't bring us a ton of luck tonight. However, about a half hour ago, I'm not sure we saw this coming. It was coming down pretty hard, was the aqueous aerius discharge. And yet here we are after about an hour rain delay. We are ready to come back with the Sportsman features. They will be up first. Then we'll have the 125, 4 strokes, 270s, Hyper Racing 600s to come, but still got a little bit of track prep yet to do before that happens, but it will not be long now.
Other than that, don't have to. I mean,
For everybody who's watching on the live stream, we'll get the commercial break out of the way here. You're watching Race Night at the Clyde on the National Racing Network. At 600cc Performance, our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Put the keys down, Kevin.
But I'm gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I've taken 25 selfies in the last 10 minutes.
26.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
For those of you watching on NRN, the National Racing Network, here's a sight I'm not sure we thought we'd see an hour ago. Race cars on the track at the Clyde. It is feature time, finally, for the final time in 2020. I'm Casey Clyde, glad to take you through all the action. Here are the Sportsmen. And here's what the lineup looks like. 21 cars in total ready to take the track. The inversion pill was 7. Here's the lineup for the Sportsmen. That puts Dave Ravel in the 21V on the pole alongside the 9G of Jamie Flickinger. The 3S of Jeremy Eisenhower and the heat race winner, the 15, Robert Shanahan, start in row 2. Steve Smith Sr. in the 36S, the 12 of Brent Shear. That's row number 3. Ryan Heckman, Michael Spadafora, they start in row 4. Brianne Whitmer in the 44, and the other heat race winner, Corey Schmuck, in the 26. They start in row 5. First row outside the top 10, Anthony Yerger in the 5A, Brett Cronrath in the 5. Toby Blumenshine, who was one of the fast cars earlier in practice, starts inside row 7. Brett Scully in the 22S will start alongside of him. Shannon Slaughter in the 53S and the 23K of Courtney Cup. Those two make up row 8 together. Chase Laser in the 7L and the 26B of Shane Showers. That's row number 9 for you. Brock Emery in the 4X and the 13B of Matt Yo. That's row number 10. And with row 11 all to himself, the 19M, that is Max Fosnot. That is your field for the final time this season in the Sportsman's. And we'll announce this later after the race, but the Kids Club member for Victory Lane for the Sportsman's class is Mason Glass. So if Mason Glass could come down after the race to Victory Lane for the picture.
Just to remind everybody here that we will not be doing Victory Lane photos in the interest of time. Victory Lane photos will take place at the end of the final feature event of the night. It's the Hyper Racing 600s. No Victory Lane photos, no Victory Lane interviews until the end of the night. But if you're the Kids Club winners, make sure you come down because you do get the one-on-one photo with the race winner in Victory Lane.
Better late than never, as they say. I think that'll be the theme for the Kids Club tonight. And it's the theme for this race, finally. After 2 separate delays, totaling about an hour, 45 minutes in total, we are ready to race.
Field's going under a green and yellow flag. Basically what that means is they can pick the pace up. They want them to run the racetrack in a little bit at closer to race speed, but keeping things under the caution flag as well. So the laps do not count here. This Sportsman Division feature going to be absolutely one to keep an eye on. Some of the cars starting towards the back of the field. Can't count out Toby Blumenshine starting in the 13th position tonight. Toby, a prior champion here in the Sportsman Division. Brett Cronrath, Anthony Yerger rolling off in row number 6, picking up the win 1 week ago. Corey Schmuck Jr. as well, starting in the 10th position. Whole lot of heavy iron coming from the back of the pack in this one.
Gonna make for a fun race indeed. And everybody out here with the exception of the 14th place starter, Brett Scully in the 22S, so that'll make it an even 20 cars for this feature event in the Sportsman's. Everybody from 14th on back will move up. Field getting doubled up. 25 laps remain in the Sportsman season. Who's going to take the final checkered flag of the year? Dave Ravel's got the best shot off the bat. He'll start on the pole alongside Jamie Flickinger. But could somebody else come from behind and get the job done? And the words that we've been waiting for quite a while to hear from race director Tim Bortz. We're going green this time. Dave Ravel, Jamie Flickinger on the front row. They'll come to the start zone on the back straightaway. Green flag is in the air. We're racing in the Sportsman's, and everybody fans out. Issue in the back. That's for the 8 car of Michael Spatafora. He's pulled to the infield. Track looks a little bit slick right now. Here comes Brent Shear to the bottom trying to make something happen. Shear through to second spot from 6 on the initial start. You can tell this track is slick right now. The moisture has not gone away a whole lot. Max Fosnot's up the track further back in the field. Brent Shear, though, is the one making it work. He is through to the race lead from 6th to 1st on the opening 2 laps. Ravel in second, then Eisenhower, then Shanaman, and then Flickinger, who got up top. Corey Schmuck going to try and see if he can make the move happen. On the inside as Ravel gets loose and comes to a stop in turn 4. Everybody's going to get around him, but everybody tiptoeing around right now on what is still clearly a moist racetrack. Going to take a while to get all that rain run in, obviously, with no sunlight out to help. The 3S of Jeremy Eisenhower and the 9G of Jamie Flickinger have also come to a stop on the back straightaway. Not exactly sure what happened there. That was well after the caution. And Eisenhower's going to get out of the car. And he is not happy. Not sure exactly what happened, but that's going to change things. Cars that were running, 3 cars running inside the top 5, all with issues. Jamie Flickinger will rejoin the field, but Jeremy Eisenhower's night is over. We'll get the lineup all back in order here. We do know for sure it's Brent Shear out in front. He's the race leader. And with 3 laps in the books, we'll re-rack him and try it again. They take Jeremy Eisenhower's car off, along with Dave Ravel's car in the 21V and the 8 of Michael Spatafora. All their nights are over. So that leaves us with 17 cars in total here. And a restructured first couple of rows are going to look like this. Brent Shear will be on the front row alongside Bobby Shanaman. Then in row 2, Corey Schmuck from 10th to 3rd now, thanks to some great moves on the initial start and some attrition. Steve Smith Sr. will start alongside him. Then it's Brianne Whitmer on the inside of row 3 alongside Brett Cronrath, Chase Laser, Toby Blumenshine, Ryan Heckman, and Anthony Yerger, your top 10. Green flag back in the air. Brent Shear stands on the gas, and they fan out through turns 3 and 4. Shear gets away by about 4 car lengths down the front straightaway. Battle on for the second spot between Shanaman and Schmuck. Trouble back straightaway. Steve Smith Sr. got everybody piled up. Now we got a couple cars, 1 car around. That's Shane Showers in turn 3. That was a wreck that developed for about half a lap and finally came to a head at the expense of Shane Showers in the 26. Everybody from about 12th on back got bottled up after Steve Smith Sr. got up and into the outside wall. And the amount of grip in this track right now pales in comparison to what we saw earlier on in the night for the heat races. Showers will come back out. He'll rejoin the back of the pack. So Corey Schmuck up 7 spots from the initial start. Give a call to Chase Laser up 9 spots from the initial start. Make that 8 spots. Laser started in 16th in the feature and has already worked his way up to 8th over the first 4 laps.
One of the interesting things I think we're seeing here, Casey, is that with the slick racetrack, these guys are able to make up a ton of ground on just the slightest bobble in front of them. That'll be something to keep up on as we go.
Exactly. It's kind of like an ice rink out there right now. If you can take advantage of other people's mistakes, you're in good shape. But if not, or if you make your own mistakes, you're in trouble. Green flag back in the air. Everybody keeps it clean through the first set of corners, and they make their way through 1 and 2. Brent Shear once again has gotten out to a big advantage. That car is hooked up right now. Clearly, he's pulled out by about a second or so. Down the back straightaway and off into turn 3. First battle on the track right now is the one for 7th. Toby Blumenshine inside Chase Laser makes the move happen. Anthony Yerger going to follow him through to the 8th position. It's not going to be long already before Brent Shear gets into lap traffic, and we're only 2 laps, now 3 laps since the restart. He's got a 2-second lead. He'll come up and get past Shane Showers in the Airling 26 car and try to set his sights on the remainder of the field. But in the meantime, he has pulled out big time over second place Bobby Shanaman and third place Corey Schmuck, with Brett Cronrath 4th and Brianne Whitmer running in 5th. Battle for 6th beginning to heat up now. Toby Blumenshine trying to make the move happen on Ryan Heckman, and he will get it done off turn 4. That 21 car seems to be hooked up pretty well in the slick conditions. Blumenshine continuing, trying to hang on to 5th. Meanwhile, big hornet's nest, a lot of lap cars around the 3rd spot. That got Corey Schmuck bottled up with Brett Cronrath. That allows Whitmer and Blumenshine to close the gap to that battle for the 3rd position. Nose to tail, to nose to tail, to nose to tail, all the way back. But Brent Shear has checked out. He's got about a 1/3 of a lap on second place Bobby Shanaman with 12 laps in the books. The short end of halfway. We'll see the cross flags next time by, and Shear is well now into the back of the pack and into lap traffic, but is continuing to set some of the fastest laps of the race. Shanaman right now in second. Not much of a challenge yet from Corey Schmuck. Not much of a challenge from Cronrath to Schmuck for the time being. Toby Blumenshine trying to see if he can close in on Brianne Whitmer for the 5th spot. Brent Shear working his way through, sees 10 laps to go this time by, and makes contact with Matt Yo, the lap car, off into turn 1, but everyone keeps it straight. Max Fosnot's off the pace down the front straightaway, but keeps it going. Corey Schmuck has gotten his way to the 2nd spot. Brett Cronrath through the 3rd. Not sure what happened to Bobby Shanaman, but he's lost some positions over the past few laps. He's now being heated up by Brianne Whitmer and Toby Blumenshine. Not missing anything up front. Brent Shear, albeit in a lot of lap traffic, has a very strong advantage over Corey Schmuck in 2nd. Brett Cronrath in his own little world in 3rd, and Brent Shear is in some heavy lap traffic now. Jamie Flickinger, Steve Smith Sr. side by side. Shear hoping they get singled out, and they do. He gets around the 36S. He'll set his sights on the 9G with 6 laps to go. Cronrath and Schmuck. That's the battle for 2nd spot. Brianne Whitmer got tapped into the infield. That's going to bring out a caution. She got caught up behind the lap car of Courtney Cupp, and then Toby Blumenshine finished her off as there was contact in the center of the corner. Not much Blumenshine can do there. But that's a tough break for Brianne Whitmer, who had been running in the 5th position before that. And that erases a 3-second lead for Brent Shear with 5 laps to go. And there were about 5 lap cars in between the 1st and 2nd place runners. They will all be erased now as well. Everybody gonna get doubled up here. They got to get the lap cars back to the back of the field. It will be a single file restart with 5 laps to go to come. A single file restart, so that might be a bit of a saving grace for Brent Shear, but we'll have to see what Brett Cronrath can do then from the second position.
This one's going to be really interesting because we have some of the quickest cars in the field now all running inside the top 5. Toby Blumenshine will restart in 5th after Brian Whitmer heads to the tail. Bobby Shanneman's going to restart 4th. Corey Schmuck 3rd. Brett Cronrath 2nd. Brent Shear, the leader. That car has been spectacularly quick all night. You even can't count out someone like an Anthony Yerger or a Chase Laser. Those cars running in the 7th and 8th positions for this restart. This one's going to be fun.
It will be, Chris. They've both made some great gains. Brett Cronrath, though, up 10 spots from the start. He has worked his way from 12th to 2nd. He wants one more, and he's got 5 laps to get it. Brent Shear looked fast out in the wind early on, but it's Brett Cronrath who recently set the fastest lap of the race. Have to see if he can use that speed to make a move with 5 laps to go, and if he doesn't, Corey Schmuck, Bobby Shanneman, and the rest of the gang behind him are all going to look to pounce. We're going to come back to 1 to go this time by, and race fans, for the final time this season in the Sportsman's, pick your winner. Will it be Brent Shear? Will it be Brett Cronrath? Will it be Corey Schmuck? Shear leading him down a little quickly to that start zone on the back straightaway. Steps on the gas pedal for good now, and off they go to turn 3. Toby Blumenshine has a look inside Shanneman. Nothing doing down there. Single file under the flag stand. Chase Laser gets up out of the groove, loses a spot, but Brett Shear out in front by a few car lengths. Blumenshine's having to try another look to the inside of Shanneman. Can't get it done there. Now they'll go to work through turns 1 and 2. Blumenshine has the nose there, lets him know he's there, but trying to make the move happen their way. Side by side under the flag stand, coming back to 2 laps to go this time by. Brett Shear now has a lap car between he and Brett Cronrath. That could be all Brett Shear needs. He's got about a second lead under the flag stand, making about a third of the back straightaway, coming back to the white flag. This time by Brett Shear. Trying to hang on, hoping everybody dots their I's and crosses their T's behind him. If they do, he's going to bring home the checkered flag. Brett Shear off turn 4 from 6 to the win. Gets it done in the Sportsman's for the final time this season. Brett Cronrath in 2nd, then Corey Schmuck, Toby Blumenshine, Bobby Shanneman round out the top 5. Ryan Heckman, Jamie Flickinger, Anthony Yerger, Brianne Whitmer, and Chase Laser round out the top 10. But the man of the hour is Brent Shear. He gets it done in the Sportsman division on this final night of the season.
Brent Shear has driven a little bit of everything sprint cars this season. Spent some time in the 410 division. Coming out here running in the, he's run the Sportsman, the 125s and 4-strokes, has a couple of wins here this season. The big cars might not have been the best year for him so far, but really can't complain about the season Brent Shear has had in the small cars.
No, you can't, but this will be a nice cherry on top and a great way to go into the winner, at least as far as racing at the Clyde goes, for Brent Shear. He gets the job done.
Want to remind everybody about the upcoming broadcasts here on the National Racing Network. Our season is not done just yet. Coming up in just a few weeks, it will be the 31st annual Linda Speedway National Open, one of the most legendary 270 micro sprint races in the country. Also on the bill, the wingless 600s, a fantastic weekend coming up at Linda Speedway. You can find the pay-per-view information on NRN.TV. That is NRN.TV for all the pay-per-view info there. And then the first weekend in November, we head down to Newcastle, Delaware for the 100-lap battle at the Bull Ring. 6 wingless 600 micros, and that is the only division on the card for the day. They had a spectacular car count 1 year ago, and they run the whole gamut, sort of like what we do here for the Labor Day shows. They do down there for the battle, and then you put a 100-lap feature in the middle of it. Really neat event coming up that first weekend in November.
Alrighty, race fans, time for the 125 four-strokes. They will hit the track 23 cars strong. The inversion pill drawn was 12, an even dozen. So that's going to put Chase Laser on the pole for this feature event. Riley Simmons in the 44 will start alongside of him. Alex Lucas in the yellow and black 44X will start inside row 2 alongside Kyle Lindsay in the 28. The 25 and Nate Weidman in the 6 of Mike Glass. That's row number 3. Holden Eckman in the 11H and heat race winner Brandon Shear start in row 4. Kyler Heine, also a heat race winner from earlier in the night, starts inside row 5 with Kenny Bushy completing the top 10. Marty Bryan will start inside row 6, and Justin Harrington, he'll be one to watch coming from the 12th position in car number 76. Drayson Laser in the 62 LR and the 62 of Eddie Nocera, they make up row number 7. Tyler Martin in the 26, Tyler Armstrong in the 17. That's row number 8 for you. Dylan Yingst in the 112, Sam Borger in the 04. Make up row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 will be the 18 of Ron Young, the 22 of Jared St. John. Got it right there. Row number 11 goes like this: Ethan Rode in the 24 and the 78 of Sarah Boyer. And with row 12 all to himself, it'll be the guy that just won in the Sportsman's, Brent Shear. Can he come from worst to first? Not sure. Had some issues in the heat race. We'll have to see if they're able to get that car out there to begin with. But if they can, who knows? He's already hit the lottery once tonight. See if he can do it again. Chase Laser, the pole sitter, also has to switch cars along with Brent Shear, so they're waiting for those two cars to get out, join the event, and as soon as that happens, everybody will get lined up and we'll get ready to race here for the final time in the 125 four-stroke division here at the Clyde in 2020. Going to push Chase Laser away from the exit of turn 4. Still waiting to see if Brent Shear can get out, and if he can, we'll get this thing started. In the meantime, Phil going to try and run in the track. We saw how slick and slimy it was in the opening laps of that Sportsman race. Started to come in pretty well and pretty naturally by the end. The issues for the 647 of Brent Shear not going to be remedied, so he's got one checkered flag tonight, but will not have the opportunity to get a second. It'll be 22 cars for 25 laps in the 125 four-strokes. Chase Laser, Riley Simmons on the front row for it as the field gets doubled up for the initial start.
Want to give a quick shout-out here, seeing in the comments. Bunch of folks checking in here. Dylan Firestone, Maddie Firestone, thank you for checking in. Whole bunch of the Paint Tour folks are checking in as well. See Carol Martland checking in Riley Simmons, biggest fan. Thanks for joining us again, Carol.
Well, we'll have to see if Riley can put on a show here in this feature, and he's got a good view for it, starting from the outside of row 1. Can he stay there is the question. Can anybody else make their way up through? What's going to happen? 1 to go signal given from lead starter Mike Fry. 22 cars, 25 laps. Here we go. Chase Laser will lead him down to the backstretch start zone. Stand on the loud pedal, and off they go to turn 3. Green flag in the air for the 125 4 strokes. 3 wide off the exit of turn number 4. Holden Ekman on the inside. Everybody gets it singled out. Further back in the field, though, a lot of jockeying around. Justin Harrington on the outside, trying to make the move happen. Gets to the inside of Marty Bryan. Harrington got 2 cars that corner inside Brandon Shear. Chase Laser out in front. Closest battle is the 1-4-8. We told you to watch Justin Harrington. He's trying to make his way through the field. Gets under Kyler Heine for the 8th spot. Brandon Shear's going to try to follow him through for the position. Harrington outside, gets put in the wall by Ekman. Keeps it straight. And will try to regroup and see if he can make the move happen. Side by side, Harrington going to look to the inside. That is the best battle on the track right now. Brandon Shear going to have a look outside of Kyler Heine. That's for the 9th position. And Marty Bryan looking on, hoping he can find a way inside the top 10. Chase Laser's got about a 5-car length lead over Riley Simmons down the backstretch. Simmons has about 8 car lengths on 3rd place. Alex Lucas as Kyle Lindsay got sideways, made contact with the 25W of Weidman, and loses a lot of track position, falls back all the way to the outskirts of the top 10. Chase Laser out in front with 6 laps in the books. He will start to get into lap traffic in just a matter of time. Justin Harrington is up to 6. He just ran the fastest lap of the race, an 11.761. He's trying to put the pressure on Holden Ekman for the 5th position. And the battle for the lead starting to close a little bit in lap traffic. Riley Simmons is there. It was 9/10 of a second last time by. It's half a car length this time by. Laser and Simmons down into turn number 1. Laser inside of Sam Borger, trying to make the move happen on Ron Young. Then they'll get into some clear racetrack and continue on. Laser by about a car length and a half under the flag stand that time by. Hornets Nest of lap cars. Now Alex Lucas and Nate Weidman got to negotiate with them. So too does Holden Ekman. So too does Justin Harrington. So too does Brandon Shear. Everybody trying to get through the lappers and continue to battle and try to pick up spots. The battle for the lead is not going away. Riley Simmons is not letting Chase Laser get too far out. Laser pulls the gap by about 1/10 of a second that lap, but it is still very much within striking distance. And if things stay green, they may get to some more lap cars by the end of this thing. Battle rages on. Nate Weidman loses a couple of positions. Holden Ekman got under. Justin Harrington got under. Now Brandon Shear's going to have a look. That now for the 6th position. Shear to the inside. Not going to be able to make the move happen that time. Justin Harrington trying to hold off Holden Ekman. Trouble in turn 1. Kyle Lindsay is off the pace. Marty Bryan had to slam on the binders to miss him. Everybody gets around car number 28, but he comes to a stop with 11 laps to go with the exit of turn 2. Tough break for Kyle Lindsay, who started the night 4th, was running up inside the top 10, but that car has come to a stop and his night may be over. They're going to push Kyle Lindsay's 28 car back to the pit area. His night is over. Trying to get the field all in order here before we get ready for the restart. Top 5 are going to look like this on the restart. Chase Laser out in front as led since the outset. Riley Simmons in 2nd. then Alex Lucas, Holden Ekman, and keep an eye on Justin Harrington. He set the fastest lap in this race. He was the fastest car in practice. He restarts in the 5th position. Nate Weidman, Brandon Shear, Kyler Heine, Mike Glass, and Marty Bryan should complete the top 10 for the restart. Field will get doubled up. Field going to get the 1 to go this time by, and with 11 laps to go in the 125 4-stroke season, let's see if they can settle it. Chase Laser, Riley Simmons on the front row, Alex Lucas, Holden Ekman in row 2. What's going to happen here? Let's see. Laser down to the start zone, leads him down. Everyone gets a little bottle up, but here they go. Back to the gas in turn 3. Laser off to the point. Justin Harrington, big 3-wide move inside, trying to make it happen on Lucas. There was contact with Simmons, and everybody's going to get bottled up behind. Caution is out. That all started when Justin Harrington made a bold move inside turn number 1, tried to go 3 wide inside Riley Simmons and Alex Lucas, and there was not enough room there for 3 cars. Lucas and Simmons made contact, got the 44 tip sideways. It was a chain reaction that eventually ended with the 26 of Tyler Martin and the 62 of Eddie Nocera coming to a stop at the exit of turn 2. Dylan Yingst also had come to a stop and now is going to get pushed to the infield. Justin Harrington got a great start, saw an opportunity to go somewhere with it, but things did not quite work out. Will be a complete restart except for the cars who stopped, so Riley Simmons will get his 2nd position back, and Justin Harrington's going to have to try it again from the inside of row 3. They're going to tow Tyler Martin's car back to the pit area. His night has come to an end. Eddie Nocera is back up and running. He'll tack on to the back of the field. All right, field looks to be in shape. Lights will be out next time by, and when they come under the start zone the next time, they will be at full song. Chase Laser will lead him down, be a single file restart, then it's Simmons, then it's Lucas, then it's Ekman, and then it's Harrington. Your top 5. Still have 11 laps yet to run in the 125 4-stroke season. Can Chase Laser pick up the victory? Green flag in the air. Chase Laser stands on the gas. Everybody stacks up but keeps it straight. Further on in the back of the pack. Laser out by about 2 car lengths over Riley Simmons. Alex Lucas trying to see if he can hang on to the 3rd spot. Laser by about 2 car lengths. Then it's 4 cars under a blanket, 2nd through 5th. Holden Ekman to the inside of Alex Lucas, going to make the move happen. Harrington thought about it, couldn't get his nose in there. He'll have to go to work in the next set of corners. Everybody singled out except down the back straightaway for Justin Harrington. He looks inside Alex Lucas, who goes way up top. He's going to lose a couple spots after that little move. Lucas now back to 7th, back to the 8th spot. And Justin Harrington going to have a look to the inside of Holden Ekman for 3rd. If Harrington can ever get clear, he may have a shot at Chase Laser, but he's beginning to run out of laps. Makes the move happen, though, on Holden Ekman. He'll go to work on Riley Simmons in the 44. 6 laps to go, this time by. When they come by next time, Mike Fry will display the open palm. Battle on for second between Simmons and Harrington. About a second behind race leader Chase Laser. They will get into a few lap cars in the next half lap or so. Laser makes a move to the inside of the 2 lap cars. Gets by both of them. Harrington's going to have a look. Drives up under Riley Simmons. Gonna get the move made. Got bottled up, though, behind Ron Young, the lapper. That might have cost Harrington a little bit off the exit of turn 4. And with 3 laps to go, we'll see, can Justin Harrington get there? He's got a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. 2 laps to go for Chase Laser. Battle on for third spot. Holden Ekman has a look inside of Riley Simmons. Nothing doing there. White flag in the air. Justin Harrington closed in, just ran the fastest lap of the race, but he's going to need a big turn 3 and 4 to have a shot. One more set of corners to go, and coming to the checkered flag as Mike Glass spins inside. Chase Laser hangs on and beats Justin Harrington to the flag by about 2 car lengths. Riley Simmons in third, Holden Ekman fourth, Nate Weidman in fifth. Kyler Heine, Brandon Shear, Alex Lucas, Marty Bryan, and Kenny Bushy round out the top 10. That was going to be a dogfight. If that race was 26 laps and not 25, Justin Harrington may have had Chase Laser, but Laser hangs on and gets the victory, led each lap from the outset from the pole. And he takes the checkered flag in that 7L machine. He'll get to go into the winner with a victory at the Clyde.
That was a really fun race to watch there late. If it wasn't for the bottle up in lap traffic with 2 or 3 to go, Justin Harrington might have been on the back bumper at Chase Laser, but I know they say something about almost, only counting in horseshoes and hand grenades. That was a fantastic win for Chase Laser. He absolutely controlled the final restart. That's what allowed him to open up that big gap. Really, really nice run for the 7L.
Yeah, great job by Laser to hang on through that last restart. Justin Harrington, starting 12th tonight is been pretty interesting because Brett Cronrath started 12th in the Sportsman race, finished second. Justin Harrington started 12th in this race, finished second. So maybe that's the magic spot to be. We'll keep an eye on Jason Swavely. There's a guy that could be making some headway to the front. He'll start 12th in the 270s. They will be up next.
That's the big thing with the handicapping rule. You finish up front last week, you're going to start in the middle of the pack this week. Those drivers who won a week ago start 12th. Second place finishers start 11th. Third place finishers start 10th, regardless of where they would line up in the invert. That makes a huge, huge difference. You're putting a lot of good race cars towards the back of the pack. It's been fun to watch. And then you have the guys who finish 4th, 5th, and 6th. They get to keep their invert spots. Man, that was a blast watching Chase Laser and Justin Harrington go at it.
It was, and we were likely to see some more fast cars trying to make their way through the field. The inversion pill draw for the 270s was 11. That puts Chase Walker in the 96W on the pole. Heath Hanley in the 82. There's a guy that could potentially have something to say about tonight's victory. He'll start outside of row number 1. Brent Shear in the 12, winner of the Sportsman's earlier tonight, starts inside of row number 2 alongside Tajay Adams in the 63. Anthony Yerger in the 5A and Mike Skias in the 8S. They make up row number 3. Nick Skias and Alex Swift, heat race winner from earlier tonight. They start in row 4. Mike Rutherford in the 5K also won his heat earlier tonight, and Christy Swigert in the 34. They're in row 5. Corey Schmuck Jr. in the 20, and the aforementioned Jason Swavely will start in row number 6. Jimmy Wample in the 59J and Ben Laser in the 4L. They make up row number 7. Melvin Bainbridge and Brian Shalley in the 38 and 10Z cars, respectively. They start in row 8. Trent Eberhardt will start inside row 9 in car 4K with Jared Hellinger in the 13S. Alongside him, Pete Skias in the 3, Toby Blumenshine in the 21, slated to roll off in row number 10. And Bradley Brown will have row number 11 all to himself back there in car number 19A. They had some issues in the heat race, but there's another guy that could be coming to the front.
Also want to give a shout out to Riley Simmons in that last race as well. Riley really doing a nice job. Got to start up front, able to hold on to a top, inside the top 10, I believe. She finished. A good run there for Riley Simmons to close out her season.
Yeah, I believe it was a 4th place finish for Riley Simmons there. Nice job for her.
Keep an eye on that mid-pack starting spots. Jason Swavely, Corey Schmuck starting 12th and 11th. Mike Rutherford in the 5K. This is the final race for Ken and Tony Kaler's race team. An absolutely legendary combination in the 270 division here at the Clyde. Prior to this season, obviously we're not running for points this year, they had won 8 straight 270 championships with that 5K machine.
That's crazy to think, some type of dominance. A reign that will come to an end, obviously, at the beginning of next season when they no longer field cars. But for tonight, Mike Rutherford going to try and see if he can send them off with a victory. He'll have to do it from the 9th position.
He's going to have Alex Swift starting right in front of him. Alex has been really, really good all season here at the Clyde. Can't count out Nick Skias. And by the way, the $50 in race chasing money for the best wheelie, you can probably count on Nick Skias to at least make a run at it here, clipping an infield tire at some point.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that and see if Nick Skias can work his way up from the 7th spot. He's going to have a chance for sure over these 25 laps. All 21 cars who were slated to take the green flag for this feature are out here. It's just a matter of getting them all lined up. As soon as that happens, we'll see the green flag. Third of 4 main events tonight, ready to unfold. The 270s for the final time this season take on the 8th mile at the Clyde. Chase Walker, Heath Hanley lead him down. Green flag in the air. Walker stands on the loud pedal, and off they go to turn 3. He and Hanley race side by side under the flag stand. Walker clears. Brent Shear will battle with Heath Hanley for the 2nd spot and take it up off the corner. Alex Swift, big move inside. He and Anthony Yerger make contact, but Swift gets through. Nick Skias also able to skirt his way through. Caution out on the track, as somebody has lost a front wing, I believe. That's at least what it looks like to me from up here in the tower. It's the side panel once again on the top wing for Jimmy Wample. We saw that come off in the heat race earlier. It has come off again. It made it about a lap and 3/4, but not that time. Right before that caution, Brent Shear was about to take over the lead from Chase Walker. He had made a nice move to the inside and was going to probably get him up off turn number 2, but he'll have to try it from the outside this time. Field going to get the green flag this time with 1 lap in the books. And trouble for the 8S of Mike Skias. That car has pulled to the infield with an issue.
Looks like that might be something with the exhaust, because that car had a very similar issue 1 week ago. He immediately started pounding on that exhaust pipe. That may be what the trouble was for the 8S.
Yeah, when me and Danny Lane Jr. were up here last week, and we noticed that was late in the race. Mike Skias was out in front and was in position to win that race. It came off under caution, and seems like maybe a similar issue here tonight. Tough break for Mike Skias. A little bit of debris on the front straightaway leads us to wave off the start once again. Now, for the third time, we'll get the one-to-go signal. Again, it'll be Chase Walker, Brent Shear alongside, trying to make it 2 tonight. Walker gonna lead him down slowly to the green flag. Double file, green flag in the air. Walker on the gas, here they go. Nick Skias trying to work the outside of Tajay Adams. 3 wide with he and Alex Swift, and Nick Skias had to get out of it a little bit, but not a lot. Adams is the meat in the sandwich there between Skias and Mike Rutherford. And trying to make that high side work. We haven't seen it a lot tonight. Brent Shear is through now to the race lead, and he's pulled out by about 4 or 5 car lengths over Chase Walker. Then it's Heath Hanley third. Mike Rutherford had a thought inside of Alex Swift, but Swift closes the door. Side by side for the 5th position. Rutherford and Skias. We got a caution. Bradley Brown is around in turn number 4. Was trying to make his way up from shotgun on the grid, starting 21st tonight, and has run into some issue there, and more specifically run into the infield tires in turn number 4. And an issue for Anthony Yerger. That car has come to a stop now right under the flag stand. Neil Bortz and Mike Fry have a bird's eye view of that. Have to see what the issue is. Toby Blumenshine will have to go to the rear. He and Bradley Brown were the ones that made contact, so Blumenshine was slated to restart in the 15th position, but is now going to have to go to the back of the field. And Anthony Yerger's night is over. He was running 8th before the caution and before his issue. And there is going to be a black flag coming for Jimmy Wampel for the wing posts that are kind of sticking out there on that panel. They're going to have to do some reassembly of that wing. Fortunately, they'll have all off-season to work on it, at least before they come back to the Clyde. All right, field going to get the green flag this time. Brent Shear got through to the lead on that last restart. Now can he hang on to it? Heath Hanley going to try to get second away from Chase Walker off the restart. Jason Swavely got up over a tire but hangs on to it. So too did Brian Shelley, but he hangs on, keeps it straight. Side-by-side battle. Nick Skias as Heath Hanley got upstairs, able to make the pass happen for second. Alex Swift, Mike Rutherford side-by-side for 4th. Jason Swavely trying to make his way around Chase Walker, who's fallen back through the pack. Brent Shear out to a sizable advantage. Nick Skias in 2nd, but it's a hornet's nest behind him. Mike Rutherford in 3rd. Heath Hanley in 4th. Alex Swift in 5th, and Jason Swavely has worked his way up to the 6th position. Corey Schmuck through to 7th, then Tajay Adams, then Trent Eberhardt, and Chase Walker rounding out the top 10. Everybody singled out for the most part. Alex Swift trying to see if he can close in on Heath Hanley for the 4th position. About 2 car lengths between those 2 drivers as they come under the flag stand. Brent Shear already getting into lap traffic. Out in front, and Nick Skias trying to chase him down. He closed in by about 4.5 tenths of a second that time by. Just set the fastest lap on the track. Shear clips the tire and makes contact with Hellinger down the front straightaway. Jared Hellinger keeps it straight. And the battle for the lead now will continue on as Nick Skias is coming. Brent Shear opened a little bit. That time, contact between Hellinger and Jason Swavely, who was running in the 6th position, trying to lap past the 13S of Jared Hellinger. They made contact up off turn 4, and Swavely had nowhere to go.
Looks like Charles Hellinger just having a little bit of a tough time being the lap car there, getting pinball just a little bit, and unfortunately for Jason Swavely, he's going to be the big loser in that one. He's going to fall from 6th towards the back 2/3 of the field with some of the cars that have gone a lap down.
Well, we wondered at the beginning of this feature, could the guy who started 12th once again make his way up to 2nd? The task just got a lot tougher for Jason Swavely. He's going to have to restart, as you mentioned, at the back of the pack, which looks like it's going to be about 15th or 16th or so. So it's going to be very intriguing to see on this restart. Nick Skias had really closed in the gap to Brent Shear before that caution flag came out. Now he'll have a shot to go right up from alongside of him. Mike Rutherford and Heath Hanley, they'll make up row number 2, and then Alex Swift, Corey Schmuck Jr. in row 3. Ben Laser pulls to the infield. His night is over. 15 cars to settle it with 14 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Shear able to just clear Nick Skias up off turn number 4 and get out to the point. Now he and Rutherford left to battle for the 2nd position. Rutherford and Skias, bang, wheels coming through turn 4, side by side, back to turn number 1. Mike Rutherford trying to make the move happen in the final race for the car owners, and he's through to 2nd position. Toby Blumenschein way up the racetrack, back in the field, keeps it straight. Nick Skias trying to see if he can come back on Mike Rutherford, and Mike Rutherford trying to see if he can close in on Brent Shear. Shear trying to make it 2 checkered flags in a night as Jared Hellinger pulls to the inside. His night is over. 3 cars under a blanket for the race lead with 10 laps to go. They've got about 5 car lengths over Heath Hanley in 4th, then Corey Schmuck 5th, Alex Swift in 6th. But Mike Rutherford is not letting Brent Shear get away. They were nearly identical that time in terms of lap times. Rutherford trying to see if he can poke a nose in there. Shear probably knows he's there at this point, just trying to see if he can hang on. And Nick Skias is not letting those boys get away by any stretch of the imagination. Coming back to 7 laps to go. Can Brent Shear hang on for his 2nd checkered flag of the night? Alex Swift having a look inside Corey Schmuck for 5th, but the battle continues to rage on for the race lead. Coming back, they'll see 5 to go this time by. Mike Rutherford is there, but catching him is one thing, passing him is another. We'll see if Rutherford can get the move done over the next 5 laps. Couple lap cars near the back of the field. Tajay Adams off the pace into the infield. Not going to bring out a caution. Coming back to 4 laps to go. Rutherford trying to see if he can pull up off just a little bit. Not sure if they're going to get to the lap cars or not. Chrissy Swigert, Toby Blumenschein are the 2 out in front, and they're racing pretty hard with 3 laps to go. Shear pulls a little bit up off turn 2 that time. Gets about a car length between them. Blumenschein and Swigert make contact right in front of the leaders. 2 laps to go. That's going to check up Shear. Inside comes Skias, and around goes Blumenschein. Brent Shear knew he could not wait for Toby Blumenschein to get out of the way with those 2 cars pursuing behind him in Mike Rutherford and Nick Skias. And the patience level was not going to be very high for Brent Shear in that situation. And Toby Blumenschein was the one who got the short end of the stick. And Brent Shear is going to go to the tail for that. And he is frustrated, trying to get past the lapper of Toby Blumenshine without losing the lead. Got a little bit too aggressive. And that's going to probably end the opportunity for Brent Shear to double up tonight. That's gonna lead to Mike Rutherford inheriting the race lead with Nick Skias second, then Heath Hanley, then Alex Swift, and Corey Schmuck your top 5. Bradley Brown is somehow up to 6th spot with Jason Swavely in 7th. They won't get to the front, I don't think, from here unless something crazy happens, but it's still been a great night. Great rebound for those two. We're going to have a good old-fashioned Saturday night green-white checker finish. 2 laps to decide it. Race fans, pick your winner. Is it Mike Rutherford? Is it Nick Skias, Heath Hanley, or somebody else? Green flag in the air. 2 laps to go at the Clyde. Rutherford to a good start. Pulls out. Gets about a car length separation between he and Nick Skias. Battle on for 5th further back. But it's Mike Rutherford out in front with 1 lap to go. He's got 2 car lengths over Nick Skias one final time. A car that has been so successful at the Clyde is going to get 1 last checkered flag. Mike Rutherford comes under the twin checkers and wins at Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway in the 270s. Nick Skias comes home second, then Heath Hanley, Alex Swift, Corey Schmuck, your top 5. Bradley Brown, who had made a couple great rebounds, got turned around in turns 3 and 4. That's a tough break for car 19A, who was likely going to bring it home either 6th or 7th before then. But Mike Rutherford brings it home and takes that car to victory lane one more time at the Clyde. That is great to see. Alrighty, race fans, before the final feature of the night, the Hyper Racing 600s. For those of you watching on NRM, the National Racing Network live stream, we are going to go to commercial for just a few minutes, and when we come back, it will be feature time from the Clyde.
At 600cc Performance, our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
Put the keys down, Kevin.
But I'm gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I've taken 25 selfies in the last 10 minutes.
26.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
For those of you watching on NRM, the National Racing Network, welcome back to the Clyde. It is the final feature event of the season, the Hyper Racing 600s. Ready to see what happens over 25 laps. Got 22 cars in the field. They're all getting lined up into a 4-wide salute formation for one final time this season. We'll introduce to you the starting lineups here after their salute, but in the meantime, gonna be a fun one to see what all see what all unfolds. And actually, let's just get the lineups out of the way right now. 10 was the inversion pill draw. Here's how they'll line up because of that. Mike Rutherford, who just got the victory in the 270s, he starts on pole. Chris Pansner in the 15P will start on the outside. Chris Gerhardt and Bradley Brown, they'll make up row number 2. Aaron Espenshade, Holden Ekman in cars 1E and 11H, they're in row 3. Tyler Ulrich and Jared Kunkel, both heat race winners tonight. They'll start in row 4. The other heat race winner, Brent Ely, in car number 17, starts in row 5, alongside Zach Light in the 11Z. That's your top 10. Casty Michael in the 3K and Willer Kuski in the 1. They make up row number 6. Kyler Heine, Brian Kramer, they're row number 7. The 98X of Mason Peters and the 46 of BJ Antonio. That's row number 8, with row number 9 looking like this. Heath Hanley in the 5, Keith Blumenstein in the 98. Row 10 slated to go off as Jesse Snyder in the 96 and the 75 of Mark Yoder. And in the 11th and final row, slated to roll off, the 8 of Brian Hughes and the 16S of Brianne Whitmer. Olivia Thayer in the 39, not able to get that car out tonight for the feature. So we are slated to have 22 cars for 25 laps, one final time in 2020 at the Clyde.
Whole lot of interesting storylines at the front of the field for this one. Mike Rutherford does have a 600 win this season and multiple track championships in that division. Chris Pansner, who's going to start to his outside of the front row, I don't think has a win here yet this season, but that 15P car has been very strong all season long. 51 of Chris Gerhardt starting inside of row 2 does have a win this season, a very popular win just a couple of weeks ago. Bradley Brown's going to roll off in the 4th position, or at least scheduled to roll off in the 4th position. Bradley had a unplanned 6-week break in the middle of this shortened season after suffering a pretty serious neck injury basically on back-to-back weeks. He got up into the catch fence entering turn 1, and then 1 week later went for a wild tumble down the back straightaway. Comes back and picked up a win in the 270s and the 600s on his first night back. So you can't count out that 23 machine. Aaron Espenshade and Holden Ekman in the 3rd row. Those two cars have been quick and towards the front all season as well. Then you look a little bit deeper in the field, you can't ignore the 5 of Heath Hanley. That car has been very, very good, especially of late. Looks like Bradley Brown's going to be rolling out here onto the Speedway in just a moment.
Go up the inside here.
For one final time here in the 2020 season, drivers, start your engines!
All right, let's pull away here. We'll do one lap 4 wide. All right, Chris,
Ladies and gentlemen, you can forget about the rest. You're looking at the very best, and we've got them four abreast. You won't have to wait. The ground's about to shake as the Hyper Racing 600s get set to go side by side and 3 wide at the Clyde. It's feature time at Lanco. "25 laps the distance, 21 starters scheduled to take the green. We are ready to party one last time in the 2020 season. Casey, take it away."
Chris, my friend, sounds like a plan to me. Let's see what unfolds over the final 25 laps of the season at the Clyde Hyper Racing 600s. They get to be the ones that give this place a send-off into 2021. 1 to go signal given. That means next time they come to that backstretch start zone, we will see Mike Rutherford and Chris Pansner stand on the gas, and the green flag will be in the air one last time. 22 cars. Race fans, pick your favorites. Who you think's going to get it done one final time this season? We are about to find out. Mike Rutherford going to lead him down to the start zone. He stands on the gas. Green flag's in the air for the final time this season at the Clyde. Everybody single file, double file further back in the pack. Battle on for the second position. Chris Gerhardt having a look inside. Chris Pansner for the second spot. Nothing doing there. Zach Light trying to see if he can make the top side work. Trying to get around the outside of Brent Ely. That for the 9th position. But everybody in front, single file. And now they'll get into line in 9th and 10th position. As Rutherford is off the pace, the race leader is off the pace and to the infield. And Mike Rutherford's night is over. The 270 winner with issues on the 3rd lap. And Chris Pansner is going to inherit the race lead over Chris Gerhardt and Bradley Brown. Battle on for the 6th spot as Tyler Ulrich had a look inside Holden Ekman. Now Zach Light going to try and see if he can put the pressure on Brent Ely. That for the 8th spot. Brian Kramer watching on inside. That completes the top 10 as he gets sideways through the center of the corner. Checks up Urkuski and Heine, but everybody keeps it straight. Chris Pansner will come across to lead the 6th lap of the race. Just set the fastest lap of the race, 10.873. That is hauling the mail around here. Sooner or later, he's going to get into lap traffic, but until then, he's trying to build up the advantage over the 51 of Gerhardt. Bradley Brown hangs on in his own little world in 3rd. Aaron Espenshade in 4th. Jared Kunkel rounding out the top 5 as we've got a spinner turn 2. Casty Michaels gone around in the 3K. Will Urkuski also was down in the infield, and that car has remained going. Not sure if there was any contact between the two, but Michael got the short end of that stick.
Heartbreaker for Mike Rutherford, seeing the attempt at a double dip end the way it did early in the infield in this one, but that's going to open up for some interesting names here. Now they're going to have a crack at the win. Chris Pansner, that would be a pretty popular win here. Chris Gerhardt doing it just a week or so ago. Bradley Brown, Aaron Espenshade, even Jared Kunkel. Kunkel had a great start to the season, but he's known for ripping the lip around this place, and there's nobody venturing out there tonight.
Yeah, if he's going to get the checkered flag tonight, he's going to have to go to some unfamiliar territory around that bottom side, but we'll see if he can get it done. Starting inside row 3, he'll start inside the youngster Holden Ekman. Lights are out, and we've got 7 laps in the books, 18 yet to run. Chris Pansner, Chris Gerhardt on the front row Coming to the green flag. They stand on the loud pedal, and off they go to turn 3. Side by side, off turn 4. Give it to Chris Gerhardt from the outside of the front row. He's got the race lead entering turn 1. Pansner back to second. Espenshade up to third. Brent Ely with a good restart, trying to work his way up inside the 11H of Holden Ekman. That for the 6th position. Jared Kunkel having a look inside. Bradley Brown a little further up. They'll race side by side off into turn number 3. And Kunkel's going to get the job done. Up off turn number 4. Brent Ely in 6th then. Kramer, Ekman. And now here comes Ely inside. Bradley Brown. Brent Ely won the heat race earlier tonight. And they race side by side off turn 4. He's got the job done with 10 laps in the books. Chris Gerhardt out by about a second over Chris Pansner. Then it's Espenshade a few car lengths back. Kunkel a few car lengths back. Ely a few car lengths back to the rest of the field. Brian Kramer having a look inside. Bradley Brown for the 6th position. That 23 car's falling back on this restart. Restarted 3rd. He's now under pressure from Holden Ekman for 7th. Coming to the cross flags for the final time this season, Chris Gerhardt comes under him first. 1.2 seconds ahead of Chris Pansner. 2.1 seconds ahead of Aaron Espenshade. And the rest of the field trying to see if they can close their way in. Jared Kunkel trying to close the gap to Espenshade for the 3rd spot. And the leader's about to get into some heavy-duty lap traffic with 10 laps to go. Lap traffic could prove to be the story of this race, and there is a whole gaggle of cars racing side by side right in front of the race leader. We saw what it did in the 270s. Gerhardt gets a little bit bottled up behind the 16 of Brianne Whitmer, and we've got a caution. Willer Kuski's around in turn 3, and that may pale out Chris Gerhardt just a little bit. Not going to have to deal with that lap traffic now. He'll have clear sailing in front at least until the last couple laps of the race.
While we have a minute under caution here, over at Bridgeport Speedway in New Jersey this weekend, they're running the Danny Serrano 100. Danny was the longtime promoter down there at this speedway. A very, very good friend of the micro sprint world. In fact, founded the skyscraper race that they're going to run next weekend. This year is the Danny Serrano skyscraper. Mason Peters, who's piloting that number 98 machine, putting together a really neat Spirit of the Sport award that the National Racing Network and a group of our friends will be giving out annually to 2 drivers, 2 people affiliated with the sport. Spirit of the Sport award in memory of Danny Serrano and TJ Kingsland, 2 of the longtime fixtures down there at Bridgeport that we lost over the course of the off-season. Mason donating all the time to build this absolutely stunning award. So I want to give a shout-out to Mason driving the 98.
Yeah, an excellent job by Mason Peters there, trying to see if he can hang on, running in the 14th position right now, going to see if he can work his way up through the field. Starting from the outside of row 7, on the front row, though, it's Chris Gerhardt and Chris Pansner with 9 laps to go. Then Aaron Espenshade, Jared Kunkel in row 2, with Brent Ely, Brian Kramer, row 3, Holden Ekman, Bradley Brown, Tyler Ulrich, Zach Light. That's your top 10 with 9 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Pansner slams the door on Aaron Espenshade. That's going to allow Kunkel to get around the outside from 4th to 2nd on the initial start, and he may have a shot at Gerhardt by the time they get down to turn 3. Gerhardt hangs on for the time being, but Jared Kunkel is right there on the back bumper. Couldn't fit a piece of paper between the Nerf bars. Coming around to 7 laps to go this time by Kunkel, running a little bit higher, trying to get the momentum on Gerhardt. Gerhardt gets a little bit sideways, bottles up Kunkel a little bit, and that allows Gerhardt to get away by about a car length down the back straightaway, coming back to 6 laps to go. Chris Pansner not letting the leaders get away either. He's about 2-3 car lengths behind Jared Kunkel. That's the battle, though, for the race win with 5 laps to go as Gerhardt opens the gap by a little bit. Chris Gerhardt out in front by about half a second over Jared Kunkel. Then it's Chris Pansner. Then it's Aaron Espenshade. Then it's Brian Kramer. Willer Kuski's off the pace. He's going to pull that car to the infield. 3 laps to go for Chris Gerhardt. Beginning to pull the gap over Jared Kunkel. Coming back to 2 laps to go. Not sure if he's going to get to lap traffic. Not sure if it's going to matter. Car number 51 out in the wind, trying to hang on. 1 lap to go for Chris Gerhardt. Going to catch the back of the pack, but I don't think it's going to matter. The final checkered flag of the season at the Clyde is going to belong to Bechtelsville, Pennsylvania's Chris Gerhardt. He takes the checkered flag over Jared Kunkel, over Chris Pansner, Aaron Espenshaden, Brian Kramer, your top 5, Brent Ely, Holden Ekman, Tyler Ulrich, Heath Hanley, and Bradley Brown round out the top 10 for the Hyper Racing 600s.
Still need to do the mandatory rev check on Chris Gerhardt's machine. So we'll be down trackside for the Victory Lane interviews here in just a moment. And we'll have 4 Victory Lane interviews, at least we should anyway, with our 4 race winners tonight. All in all, not a bad night, hearing 4 features run in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Thank you to our drivers for making that happen. We want to thank everybody who's here in attendance for your patronage tonight and this entire season. 2020 has certainly not been the most ideal that we might have asked for, but Central Pennsylvania race fans, you have tonight once again proved you are the best sports fans in the world, and we could not be happier to count you among our friends and family. On behalf of everybody here at Lanco's Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway, those of you heading for the exits, we wish you safe travels home. We will see you the first weekend in April for the start of the 2021 season. Give it up for Chris Gerhardt. Let's do the Victory Lane interviews here. I don't know, I think the smile when you took the checkered flag was big, but having the kids here has to make it all that much cooler.
Well, couple weeks ago when we got our first, one week they didn't decide to come. We got it, and I told them that we would do it before the end of the year, and better late than never.
The coolest of all family sports is getting to share that moment in victory lane with your kids. The car looked really good tonight as well. How was it through the changing track conditions we had all night?
I was kind of dreading lap traffic. I normally don't, but track's so thin, it wasn't going to be fun. We were going to have to move some people out of the way, and it was going to be what it was. But lucky yellow, I almost lost my crap down here. I figured that was enough trying that, so we just rode, and we were pretty good.
Kunkel made the big outside move on you on that last restart. What was going through your head? You had to see he was there. He was that far up on you.
I saw 75 on the board, and I saw Will was spun out, so I figured he was going to be starting third or second or wherever, and I honestly didn't see him. I can't hear him. We borrowed an exhaust, thanks to Brenda Ely, and I couldn't hear my own thoughts, so I was trying to pay attention, not worrying about anybody else, just keep on moving forward.
All right, Chris, congratulations on win number 2 this season. Who do you got to thank?
I got to thank my dad and my wife and my son Wyatt. My dad, like I said a couple weeks ago, he is everything on this. I tried to do my best during the week, and he's here every weekend busting his butt, and just can't ask for more than that.
All right, Chris, congratulations once again on the win.
Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Gerhardt. That will wrap things up for the 2020 season here at Lanco's Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. For those of you watching on the National Racing Network broadcast, want to remind everybody coming up in just a few weeks, NRN.TV, the exclusive home of the 31st annual Linda Speedway National Open. Also, the first weekend in November, the 100-lap battle at the Bull Ring from Airport Speedway in Newcastle, Delaware. For Casey, Magda, Jason, Gaga, everybody who's helped us out this season here at the Clyde, my name is Chris Graham. It's been a pleasure to have you joining us. Have a good night, everybody. One more Victory Lane interview for everybody here in the stands. Come on up here, Riley. This has been an emotionally challenging season for everybody involved in this team. What are you thinking right now as you kind of process your best finish of the season?
Oh my God, well, this is probably the best day of my life. It's been a tough season, but oh my God, today was just great. Everything went well. And I have to thank Superior Homes, Regards Wines, Boyer Strong, obviously my dad and my parents and my pop-pop for all the help.
This car is one of the ones that we see.